What's the point? What is the point? I got everything automated, and the lights are not connected to the internet for some reason. And I don't know why. We'll see. We'll see what's that's all about. But welcome on in. It's Monday, I think. I guess. I hope you're good. I will just prepare that just in case. It seems like the bot doesn't want to be a bot and do the thing that it's supposed to do. So we'll wait on that and see if it's working a bit before I snap that message on Discord. But yeah, nonetheless, I hope you're good. I hope your day was good. Your weekend was good. Have a bit of a last week, not announcement, but kind of thing, right? It's we'll see how things work or are working. I don't know. We have some review to do, basically. System, hi, welcome on in. I think you know. I don't think you've been here before. It's I mean,
System 1173 is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. The chat said first time you. So welcome on in. Welcome on in. But yeah, I mean, I mean, a lot of people streams.
Aidan J. Bennett just resubscribed for 9 months. Long time.
9 months, you take care of the baby. I don't give a shit. You take care of the baby. But thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate that. I am physically white. I can see that. That's the. What the fuck? Sorry. So when I'm looking at myself on the Mac, for me, I look white as fuck. When I'm looking at myself on the PC, I'm okay. Got a tan. So I don't know. That's weird. Let's say it's a display issue. We have a lot of display issue to talk about. And yeah, Andra, welcome on in as well. Rick, welcome on in. And you need to end the responsibility directly, because I am so used to receive the responsibility of the sub baby every time that now on the 9th month sub in the message I say you take care of the baby directly. You need to do that, otherwise, right? Makes no sense. Have a good coffee, system. So yeah, Andra, it's the last week of this overlay, because next week, I think on the first, not on the first, I think next week the 1st is Monday, and because we change overlay every fucking month, well, new overlay gonna drop on Monday. So enjoy. Let's enjoy together that last week of that stream overlay. The new one is very, very similar. I haven't changed a lot so far. I'm still working on it. We still have this week to make it work. But most of the stuff that we had on this one will probably move through. I am debating keeping the alerts. It's here. The alert right there. I think it will stay, but I need to change them a bit. So making sure that they are aligned-ish to the thing that I want to do. I don't know yet what I will do. I have some ideas, but it doesn't really work. The only preview that you can have, which doesn't give you anything, is this right here. That's the August potential. So as you know, we have the covers that are very, very telling on some of the thing that will happen. This one is the one for August, so I don't know if it's gives you any insight. I won't click on it. It's neat. So far, I have some things in there that are pretty interesting. We talked about some of the potentials for this month's stream that we didn't do, and that will probably move through next month. So if you've been here at the beginning of the month, you may see some things that just pops in. We'll see. Honestly, I don't know. We never know. Yeah. Aiden, what is PGP keys? It seems like something that I know or heard of, but I absolutely forgot what it is. So yeah, we need to talk about the shit show that was this weekend and the new computer, because on Friday I told you I had like a call with the Apple support, and they said, did you try rebooting the machine to see if the problem was still here? And so doesn't help. So what I did was I went to the Apple store with everything, and I said, can I sit down with someone right now? If not, I will have to do an exchange right now. And so they had no one available. I mean, they had potentially someone, and they say, I mean, the girl in the beginning said, we can put you in a free spot, meaning that you can have like up to 6 hours of wait, which in my head said, no, that's too long. So I said, okay, let's do an exchange. So I gave them back the old new that I bought like 2 weeks ago now. Not even 2 weeks ago. Last Sunday, not this one, the one prior to this. So I give that back, and then I took a new one, which is more powerful, more expensive, sadly, and I bring it back here. And I'm saying to myself, you know what, maybe it's a corrupted file from my old hard drive that went through, and so that's what's making the flicker on the screen. So I decided to go with a clean install and not transfer anything at all. So everything on the Mac, new Mac, is like brand new. So all the cookies are not accepted, all the accounts are not logged in, all that was fucking annoying. No apps installed, so I needed to reinstall all the meaningful apps that I need. All of that. And then when everything was set up, I said, well, you know what, let's try to see if the flicker is still happening. And I plug the thing, and it still happens. So, I unplug things, I make sure that it's up to date, because right last time on the call they said, oh, you don't have the latest version of the system, maybe that's the issue. So I put everything on like up to date. I plugged it again, still flicker. And so right now it doesn't flicker anymore. So we're good. But in order to achieve this, I had to buy this fucking thing right here, which maybe you can't see really well, but this thing gives me the ability to see all the supported resolutions for the capture card, and specifically the refresh rate right here. And so if I put it at 30 Hz, it will start to flicker, but 50 and 60 is okay. If I put it at 120, it's a black screen. However, the main thing that is fucking annoying about this is the screen that I'm using for the Mac that I'm looking at needs to be in the same settings as the other one. Meaning that that fucking display with the 240 Hz refresh rate needs to be at 60. And when it's at 60, it's prone to burn in, it's prone to dead pixel, it's prone to a lot of shit. So sometimes I can put both the capture card and the screen at 120 and it works. And see, right now it went pure black, and I don't know why. From time to time, just the thing doesn't want to cooperate and just turn to black. And now I'm at 120 for both, and I have absolutely no clue why. It's just switching. So during this stream, we'll see if it's staying on, if everything is working, if we're good. If not, that's fucking annoying, because I started the checkup at 20, meaning that it's been like 20 minutes. If I can only have the capture card stay on for 20 minutes, that's fucking annoying. But at least we have the switch, so that's good. Yeah, so we'll see if we can find a way for that to... I don't know. I don't exactly know how to explain this. It's just sad that system-wise, I am in need of installing this and like making sure, having an external app to manage the refresh rate of your computer, when technically speaking you should be able to switch things from here and have no issues, but for some reason it doesn't work. So I don't know. We'll see if we bitch more about Apple during the stream or not. It is super annoying. Buy a Mac, but maybe don't buy an M1 Mac. I don't know why. The thing that pisses me off is 2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago, we were on the old machine, the Intel Mac, and we have had no issues until I decided to do the update on the Mac and it crashed the SSD, in which case I needed to replace it. And then when I replaced it, when I came back with the new one, we had the flicker issue. And then when the old one came back, I tried to see if the flicker issue disappeared with the old one, the Intel one, and the flicker is still here for some reason. And I don't know what happened. You know what? I haven't checked that, but I don't think. I don't think it can be related to the M1 chip, because the way that the stream is set up, system, because it's the first time that you hear. I have the Mac that is just going through the PC. The PC has a capture card that gets the signal from the HDMI off the Mac, and that's all. So I don't see how the drivers would be any help, because it's just the signal that goes through the HDMI Thunderbolt output from the Mac, which is exactly the same thing as the previous one. The only real difference in the technicality of things is this. This is what was this HDMI thingy right here, was the interface to get the HDMI through the capture card. And when I'm using this on the new Mac, it still flickers. So it's showing fine on the Mac. It's just the PC that has like a bit of an issue when the capture is at 30 Hertz of refresh rate. And when it's at 50, it's fine. I mean, it still have a flicker, but it's fine. And I'm... should I do that? I mean, we can do that. Well, let's see. So, the issue is this. If I go to 30 Hertz, which is what I did right now, and it seems to have kind of died for some reason. Does that work? It's like, because if that's okay, let me see. It seems kind of fine in a way. Maybe it's not at 30. Maybe it didn't go to 30. You know what? Let me just break everything just to make sure. Yeah, you might see that. So on here specifically, on the capture right now, it has like a flicker. Half the screen is more blue. So the right side is more blue than the left side. The left side is a bit more red. It might be way subtle on your side. I see that on my phone way more. And that's the refresh rate of the capture card being at 30 Hertz, which is fucking annoying. But then, when I move the capture card to 60, which should put it on top, which is annoying, it has no flicker. So that's right. That's okay. However, the Mac on the Alienware thing doesn't work as expected because it should be at 240 Hertz refresh rate. However, when I move both of them to 120, we get a bit of an issue. Sometimes 120 just go back to 30 automatically, but it seems okay-ish right now. I kind of have like a bit of a visual flicker that comes in, but I don't fucking know. It's annoying. It's such a small detail, specifically because when we are on lighter things, it's not as visible, but on dark themed, sometimes you can see a bit of a hard flicker, and it's annoying. And I don't know if it's a system thing. I mean, it seems to be a system thing because the old one, the Intel one, now have the same stuff. So from what I've seen and read on forums and all that, the way that the Mac is built, sorry, the way that the Mac is built with the port on both sides, because it has like no ports basically. The ports on the right side, which have like the HDMI ports, are not linked to the PCIe 4 gens inside. However, the left one, yes, but the right one are made for displays, but not linked to the PCIe 4 or Gen 4 linked of that CPU, if I understand correctly, and are like underpowered in a way. However, the left one have more power going on and linked to the PCIe 4 gen. However, they are not the HDMI, they are just Thunderbolts, which makes absolutely no sense in my head. So I have everything plugged on the left side and nothing on the right side, which makes no sense. So I'm not using the HDMI port on the thing. Grassham, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? Thank you for the ton of memes this weekend. So yeah, it's a very weird thing. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I appreciate you stopping by. You do a lot of motorcycle rides, it seems, which is good. I mean, it's good. If you like it, it's good. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of mistakes. However, the thing that pisses me off is now that I know that the small apps that is on the Mac right there can kind of fix the refresh rate, and I bought it, it's like $14, so I'm fine with that. You can post pics in whichever, you know what? Wherever, in memes, if you want to say that your thing are memes, Figma tell you hi, welcome on. Or in general, if you want to, it's fine. So yeah, the thing that I was about to say is because I bought like newest, highest one that they had available, it cost me like almost 4K, which is fucking annoying. The previous one was like 3K. So basically, what I'm thinking about is now that I know that this fucking thing, like this tiny software can fix the refresh rate, I could go back and like give them back this one that is more expensive so that they give me like a refund of 1K. However, I don't know if it's worth it. I'm thinking maybe I just keep that thing for longer. The previous one was like from 2016, so like 2016 to 2022 is a goodish amount of years, right? Yeah, it's a 6 years. Yeah, it's mostly a 5 years old machine, but yeah, yes. Goofy, hi, welcome on in. Last week of that overlay. Last week of this arched thing. Yeah. Last week. The next one is very, very close. I've changed some tiny stuff. But yeah, Kane, hi. Good morning. Then new one. Then you'll see. Then on Monday, next Monday, new update, new thing. It's so the thing that inspired me in the beginning was this. This tub of Sneak that arrived as a limited thing inspired me because of the way that 01 thingy was displayed, and then the color, the peach color, which is pretty neat. That inspired me, and I said to myself that could be really cool to have as an inspiration for the overlay. And so you can see when I'm here how this, right, and this could, right, or are very similar. So that was an idea. However, it's not what I've been or not yet at least. So no, the mint color, the mint and the raspberry, the both of the color that we have, which are basically part of the branding of me, will stay. But yeah, need around 5 to 6K to get a different bike. That's not a little amount of money. That's like 3 months of salary, 4 months salary, depending on how much you make. 5 months salary, maybe. So yeah, these two are some of our colors. We also have these that we haven't seen a lot, right? We see them color, like the yellow here, the red there. Also have the black on the other side. All of that, right? So you make around 600. You need a lot. Then you need a lot. Really nice, yes, but it's the last week. It's the last week. I'm currently, I can't show you that on stream, but I'm working on that specific scene. I want this one to be a bit different and with a bit less animation. I mean, a bit less animation, that makes no sense because only this thing is animated, the dropping down thingy. But I kind of want to simplify this one, and I have some ideas, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it's weird. So you need to, okay, so you need to make 5K, 6K. To get a different bike. Why do you need a different bike? Do you need a different bike, or is it just like you kind of want that? Also, yes, probably that can work. Cat Lady, because I know that you have a different name on stream, and I forgot which it is. If you're here and lurking, Bob Kirk, you're here. Good. Susa, hi, welcome on in. You know, I always, because Bob Kirk and Cat Lady don't match, and then I see your Battle.net name and the other profile that you have, and I'm like, that's 4 different names. That throw me off so so much stuff. But welcome on in, both of you. How are you? How was your weekend? I hope you're good. All that. We were about to jump in and see things. But yeah, after the rant of everything, we still need to help Grassham to get 5K. So you have multiple options. You have drugs, you have organs, you have bodily fluid. You know what I mean? You have work. Right, that's a thing. But is that a thing in Romania? Because it might be a thing here, but maybe it's not a thing in Romania, right? You can win the lotto, that's true. Work is an option, but it will just take 10 months. I mean, more than that. If you don't spend anything, it will take 10 months. If you spend something, what is a thing? A lotto, winning the lottery or something like town hall lottery. And Bob Kirk do sound a bit derpy. Yes, I agree. Bodily fluid, I said. So if you have blood, if you have sperm, if you have, I forgot the name of the thing that is in the bone, right? Kidney, all that. So all these things, like spinal fluid, you can get that out. Not that good. Not a good idea. Don't do that. But yeah, you can have all of these. It can happen. You can resell your current bike as well. But then in the meantime, like if you resell your bike and then you don't have a bike for a bit, right? It's not that good. You can turn into a black hat. That's also true. That is also true. Not great though. Not a great ID, but an ID nonetheless. So, Bob Kirk, cat lady. Second, I saw something. I need to make sure. Selfie, yes. I know everything. Let me. On your profile, you say you're stalking me. I'm stalking you as well. Yeah. Why do you need to go to Mongolia? I mean, can't you use your current bike? Isn't that an option? I don't know. I don't know. But we have received this design as an input for review, basically, during the weekend. And so we will go on top of some of the things that I've seen directly when I went in that design the first time. So let's go over the things real quick. When you arrive on this, the header section, which right now my hand is way far away, was a bit thick for a header section. I know that you said that you try to find things about header sections. However, the regular thing that I use is 64. 64 is an okay amount of space. Some of the reference that you can have, even though not the best reference, right, but still a good reference. This one is like 44 in height, and I feel like it's way too slim. However, it's great because it's just what you need. If you go into one of the pages that they have, they add that sub header that takes way more space. This space right here is basically similar to what you had. This is way thicker than what you have, but still, this one is 116, and this one is like, or used to be, 112. So it's very close. Oh shit, the 911 went through. 9, fine. This one as well. That makes sense. So that was a bit thick. However, the second thing that I that I saw was the tabs and the input. The input was slimmer, visually speaking, than this. And so if you are someone who has like a low vision, you can't even see the icons. So that was like, first thing first, I said this fucking thing needs to be a bit thicker in order to be justified to be placed here. However, if it's not needed to have like a search there as an input, I would just use an icon. An icon would work. And then there was this issue with the logo. And the fact that you have that amount of white space around it, that threw me off. So what we do in the shadows is good. Have a good watching time for us. I mean, thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. Enjoy selling organs for the bank. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. And then when I arrived here, I looked at the things and I saw that this one had like a lot. That music is neat. A lot of padding, and so I expected it to be an auto layout frame, which is the case, so that's good. However, it's a frame inside of a frame, and then inside of that frame you have two sub-frame, which that made no sense to me. So visually speaking, it's okay. However, technically speaking, it is a bit annoying. But right, it's fine. I know it's a learning experience, so that's good. And then here, you added a gradient to the text, which is good. That's something that might work. I would go for a font that is a bit thicker. Thick will be the word of today, right? On that design, thick is what I kind of want. And then you added a shadow. Text shadow have a bit disappeared on the web. It's still used, but most of the time when it's used, it's either subtle or not used. So yeah, Maria, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your day? How is everything going? It's been a while. And then you have this, which I think you used your color scheme, but it's not exactly the same and it's very dark, so I don't know. And then one of the things that I said in the Discord is this: the pose are cropped, and then I looked at it, and technically speaking, it's part of the base image. Basically, it already kind of have a crop, and so it doesn't. I mean, you can't really do anything about it. So I can't say anything about that. Kind of busy, yeah. Good. Thick is what I need. Yes, thick is what I need. Thick is what anyone needs. Everyone needs. So that was the first thing, and then I guessed from this, I guessed that the way that it was built was very similar to the other one, right? You have like a frame, then frame, then frame, then something. And technically speaking, this one is useless. However, this one is useful. So I will go over what the changes that I've made on the other side right after. And then you have here some of the same issue with the pose, specifically at the top. It's ever so slightly cropping like 1 pixel, but it's fine. And then it's cropping the button for some reason. I know the reason, but it's cropping the button. So it's not cropping like a lot, it's cropping like 3 pixels, but it's enough for me to notice that. So the reason why it is cropping is because you have a frame that is clipping the content, and so you can just disable that. It will work. It's not great, but it will work, right? But it's fine. And then the other thing that I noticed is the shadow. Same thing as earlier, the shadows. I am very passionate about shadows. if you have been here before, and if you heard me talk about shadows before, you know how I can go talking about shadows for 1 hour. It's not an issue for me. But these ones are very simple and maybe too simple for the effect that you wanted to have. So what I did was a bit different. And then the button is a bit big, like it's a 17 height. Regular buttons, the recommendation for the bigger one are 48, so that's almost half the size, like not exactly, but almost. So it's a bit of a weird size, but still. I know that's what I thought. I was thinking. I looked at all of this and I was like, well, there is only one button, so we don't really need to have like a very distinctive system for 48 in height, for example. But still, like a smaller button would have worked. However, one of the issues that I saw immediately was the amount of radius that you added. It is right at the middle point of good amount of radius and fully rounded. So it's a bastard value which doesn't match. Everything else on that section is very rounded. Your buttons at the bottom are also very rounded. I mean, very rounded in this it is cropped by a frame, yes, by the sense of these are circles. But I would have gone for either like a fully rounded button here, or rather than 24, just 16 would have been enough. You are also rounded? Good. So it's a bit small of a thing. Have a good look at it right here. And then the last part was the footer. The social medias thingy are good, even though they are not centered into their circles, which that threw me off, but it's fine. And then that thing in here just didn't work with me. So specifically because it's just one thing of text inside of an auto layout frame to gain that that padding top and bottom, which is okay, but just created a weird thing in terms of alignment. So the changes that I decided to go with are, first of all, cleaned up of that fucking logo to make sure that it's take the right shape overall, right? And I kind of wanted to add like a bit of an outline to match with the text, but still. Welcome, Brutal. Are you still streaming? I don't think you are. But welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope the stream was good. So that's the first thing on the top. I also made it 64 in height to make sure that it's more of a regular height. That doesn't mean anything. You could have made it bigger, or I could have made it bigger. It would have worked as well. And then the input, I made it big enough to be visible and made the icon a tad bit better or a tad bit higher to make sure that it was readable from further away. That's the main thing. Then in here, I changed the placement of that thing for just one auto layout frame. So right at the bottom, right there, you can see I have my featured text, and then fine and thing, and that's all. And this featured text thingy gets my image fill. So compared to here, in terms of structure, rather than having the featured outside and then another div inside, basically. Oli, hi. How was TwitchCon? How are you? Welcome back. Instead of having like a thing inside of a thing inside of a thing, right? I just added the picture as a background, and because it was a bit too strong in terms of color scheme, I put this at 24%. You did make it at 50%, if I remember correctly. Yes, you made it at 50%. So I moved it back to half that, 24. 25 is half, but like 24 because divided by 8. And then got rid of the shadows and made that, like, in terms of sizes, you had specific values right here. Like this was 72 with an auto line height, and this was 16 with auto. What I did was 72 with auto, which is good, and then 16 with 24. This is my rule. I talked about it last time. What do you mean you lost your eyes? That's a scary thing to say. I hope you're good. And also COVID, not great, but at least you waited. I remember that your wife had COVID as well. I hope she's okay as well. Oh, you mean you lost your eyes here? Yes. Okay, fine. You scared me for a second. Looked like you lost an eye. Okay, fine. It's good. Okay, she's good. She's good. Happy to see that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Living in the same house with someone who has it. The fact that you catch something makes a bit of sense. So in these, there is something that I would have done in terms of, if it was a me thing, I would have probably done the alignment of the text to the left side. However, because of the background, and that's a very specific thing that I will say just today, it makes more sense to be centered. But I hate it. But it makes more sense to be centered. But I hate it. No, it's because I have the window open. It looks brighter. It's the light theme, but you know, it's the same house. It's the same house. And then here you have, or you had on your section, you had the feature with the picture, and then behind that you added a frame with the pole colors inside of it with a layer blow, which, right, if I just get rid of that, just give us this. But that makes not a lot of sense. So what I did on this one was I used a drop shadow with the color to like get a very similar results. But it's a simpler thing, and so going back to what I said earlier, technically speaking, in terms of layout and how it's built, this is just a div. This is just a div with a picture as cover and then 2 effects. And so you have 2 drop shadows, which in terms of code, it's you have a filter for drop shadow followed by a filter for drop shadow. So 2 because you had 2. You had this dark one, and then you had the glowing effect in bright Poe thingy, And so I just kept this one, which I kind of wouldn't keep if it was just me, but because I wanted to keep as much design choices, just reframe like the layout and the structure, was a bit easier for me to do that. Also, did I change that? No, I didn't. Okay, good. So that's the top section. When you look at them side by side from further away, right, they are still basically the same thing in terms of layout and visual. It's much more simple, as you say, simpler in terms of structure rather than Aiden. I will click on that link right after. But it's basically the same thing. However, I made a bit of a change as well, which is that is filling container and that is filling container as well. Meaning that if I wanted to have like more space or less space, it would stretch the picture as well, right? I'll click on that as well. So, right, you get this responsive type of thing that kind of can give you like a bit of a more taller cat picture and or more heart potentially. That's a subtle thing, but because it's an effect on the same thing, you don't have like as much issues with the resizing. So that's the top section. I need to click on the two links from Aiden. Good. That's simple. That's your error state. You know what, Aiden? I may say, and that may be a personal choice, but you may benefit from like an 80% white for the text right here and a 100% at the top, but just to make a bit of contrast and or use the you said 300 pixel instead of 300. Yeah, I was about to say and or use like a slimmer version of that, and I think that's what you typed, but you made or maybe it made a mistake for you, I don't know. But yeah, 300 or 200 maybe. That's an issue. Interesting. That's just and brutal. That is just the inspector. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I would have the same amount of space at the bottom if possible. Right, you have the same here, and this one is a bit crammed at the bottom. So I would just bump that one a tad. Not too much, but a tad. And then here, maybe that's a personal thing, but rather than flattening the box, I would have kept the same size of box and just the error 4 in the center. So mainly keeping the same values or overall layout size, right, from here to here. You have the same width, but just keeping the same height, if that's an option. Might be better, I don't know. That may be just a me thing. But at least that works. And then you have a mail to your email, so yeah. Good job on that. I could tell you more padding, but I think I did that on my side, so You're good. You're good. Maybe that line is a bit too thick for me. It's fine. It's fine. I kind of want to have. Oh, that's this color. You basically don't take the anything.
Ollie JT just resubscribed for 3 months. AAOAIs AAOAIs AAOAIs.
Instead of the 3 months, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Brian, for the TTS, and now you have your eyes back. Good. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes. I know that you enjoy the eyes, but enjoy the other emotes as well. And yeah, also, Aiden, I like the responsiveness of this. I like the fact that it's like shrinking, but not too much, and that it can extend, just behave in a very specific way. So yeah, I like that. Need to eat as ravenous? What you mean, ravenous? Bob Kirk, that is boobs, not eyes. Oh, you are live. Brutal, right? Are you live? Oh, no. No, you are not live, but we talk about food, and so, yeah. Okay, fine. I'm tired. It's fine. It's fine. That's good. Nonetheless, Aiden, that's my take on your thing. Maybe get this to keep the same size, and potentially use the 300. Oh, that's a neat thing. 300 to go back. The safety thing, I would have like an underline to make sure that people understand that it's clickable. And maybe the entirety of the return to safety being clickable might be easier. But yeah. So that, thank you for sharing, as always. So that was for the top section. Indeed. Really angry and joy. Welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? How have you been? Thank you for the saying. Appreciate it. A bit loud. But yeah, it's good. I hope you're good. So on the kitty things, it's Monday indeed. The thing that I did is, instead of having oh yeah, that's true. You said you had to work on Saturday or Sunday, I forgot. That's true. You don't have weekends. So what I did is, instead of the shadows, I used borders with the same color as the background, which give us this ham thing. Thank you for the potato. And so one of the things that I would potentially do, which wouldn't mean that you have like an auto layout thing, which is a bit annoying, but could be an option, would be to have 7 kittens rather than 6, or just 5, depending on if you want to get rid of one. To put one in the center and then the other one to fall down stacked on top of each other. And so in order to do that, let's say, I don't want to. make that a thing here. In order to do that, I would just get another auto layout here. What the fuck? Fine. Another auto layout here, which I think you made them minus. How much did you do? Minus 30. Okay. So minus 30 on this one, and then rather than last to top, you do first to top, and then you can get rid of this one, for example, or maybe this one because you don't like it, and you get that right on the center on top, and then the other one falling down underneath. I put it here. Is it yours? I'm sorry. I removed a random one. I didn't know if it was an imported one or not. You can add it back. What happened? Oh. What the fuck is that happening? Okay, fine. I can't fix it, but I guess you see the effect. Right, that also could be a thing. Just it makes one more, visually more important than the others, and so you can do that. Making sure that it's centered, and it's also make the things symmetrical rather than here when it's just stacked on top of each other. So if you wanted to have as many breed colors as possible, you could just, as I said, add another one, meaning that let's say you have a second of these and then a second of these. And that way you have 7 in total rather than 6, and that gives you the same effect. You just need like a different placement, but basically, right, centering one may be more interesting in terms of layout, but that's a very subtle thing. So right here you had, let me go back to 24 because that's what you had a bit of a big text in terms of button. So what I did was I went down to 24. You had like 32, which is one above, but I made it bold rather than regular. And so by making it bold but smaller, it's still as readable. That's a very high hypercrodes thingy. And then this I made it 68 to not fit with whatever 8-point grid. It should be 64. It's the same thing. But just it's to me, it looks like a button rather than this because of the crop and because of everything else. It looks like a mistake. I don't know. So yeah, so that was the thing, and it's still big. It's still big, and that's good. You can have big thing. Time to time, big is good. So yeah, shit happens. So that's for this section. The main change, to be honest, was the border rather than the shadow, to make sure that it's cleaner than shadows. We could have a version with shadow right after to show you how I would change to make it worth the shadow. And then at the bottom here, the footer section, I decided to go with something a bit slimmer in terms of layout, but the same height in terms of space. So giving more white space at the top and the bottom of my section rather than being so crammed up on that thing. It visually, to me at least, it makes it easier to read for the viewer, specifically because I changed the color and I made sure that the text contrast ratio passed, because it doesn't here. Like for someone, as always, the exercise that you can do for yourself is not that. Is this. You take the element that you want to check, you do Command Shift C. I don't have the keystroke installed yet. Need to make that up. So Command Shift C or Control Shift C will copy as PNG, or you just can like copy as PNG with the right click. And then in here, what you can do is either you add an effect of layer blur and you see how it looks, or you do a weird ass thing, which is you create like a rectangle and you make that white at 1%, so it's not really visible. However, you add the background blur on top of that, and so at 0 it's a regular thing, it goes through. However, at 8 it's a regular-ish vision for someone who don't see well. And so if you go back to like 100% of that width, you can see that it starts to be very difficult to read. You can see that for someone with low vision, the Elite British is readable-ish, and the social medias are recognizable from further away, but still a bit difficult to see in terms of contrast. And then if I were to come here, it's the same thing. However, because of contrast, it might be easier to read, but still same thing. But right now it's just bleed through. For readability's sake, it's a bit not great. And you had this with the same font for your titles and your text, and I decided to go with 18 in bold here and 14 in regular here to make sure that things go through. And then the socials, I decided to make them more subtle. However, while hovering, you have the color that pops in. And so going back to one of the messages that you sent me on Discord, I added right here a padding of 4 at the bottom of that auto layout frame to make sure that these 3 things were aligned with these auto layout thing. So that way, physically speaking, they are like centered to these, because they just need like a 4 padding at the bottom. And so with the auto layout thing, you can just add a tad of padding just in one thing. You don't need to have even stuff all the way. It is an auto layout frame. Like I can move things out if I want to, and I can define the flexibility of things, but it's just the auto layout will give me the ability to move and add a bit of padding at the bottom, or in whichever side I want, rather than make that like a frame, not an auto layout frame, and then resize it. But yeah, it's a bit weird to explain, to be honest. But yeah, so footer, making it a tad. The 4 pixels just to align. I will show you that in a second. So in terms of footer, I made the logo a bit smaller as well to match with the logo that I added on the header section. So it's a bit smaller, still the same logo. Made sure that my blocks were blocks themselves and that they are stacked properly. And then this section, that's where the 4 pixel comes in. So if I am to put this one here without the 4 at the bottom, you get, shit, I need that. You get that, meaning that my center for these 3 is that line right here. However, if you look at this section with the text and I select the thing, you can see that my frame have like 8 pixels on top. It's aligned-ish with the top here, but we have these 4 pixels basically of misalignment with the caps. And so by adding my 4 pixel at the bottom right here, that makes that centered with the entirety of the frame itself. So when you look at the lines, we have 4 here and 4 here. So that's why I added the tiniest amount of padding at the bottom of this thing. But it is auto layouted, so every time that I create something, everything is an auto layout frame. So this footer is an auto layout frame, inside of which you have the content basically right here, and then that's the contact infos, and you have phone, email, and location or address. And so this is an auto layout frame, this is an auto layout frame, this is an auto layout frame, this is an auto layout frame inside of everything, right? So we already have a lot of stacked elements on top of each other, but still. So this is the left section auto layouted. However, the whole footer is an auto layout thing. And then that section right here is also an auto layout frame. It should be here, by the way, with the 4 padding at the bottom, just to make sure that this one can be bottom aligned. Because if I put that in the center, it goes to the center of that thing and it's misaligned visually. It's either here or here. If I do that, that's fine. It's like basically aligned with that, but I didn't like that, so I put it at the bottom. That's a personal thing, I guess. Personal take. Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah, don't worry about it. I always say that it's the misalignment are things that I notice, like from far away. I can see misaligned pixels very easily. And so the thing that I shared on the Discord with both of them on top of each other, you can see like the differences here and there. The most important being the outlines here, the radius, the fonts, all that. But basically, in terms of layout, in terms of placement, we are in a very similar thing. It's just realigned, and even then there are things that makes no sense on the one that I created, or that are not yet right on cue. Like, for example, I forgot to put the entirety of that in an auto layout frame. And if you do that, you make sure that there are space between. You have this. It's an okay thing. Not useful though, it works. And that way you have like a flex space. Oh, you mean for responsiveness? Yeah. You have the footer that stays down, so that's good. However, there are things in there that makes no sense to me, like having the rows and columns. I hate it. I have never seen the use case for rows and columns. You could have made it responsive, so without auto layout, if you wanted to have things like flex, basically the same way that this one is doing it, right? So this one is just everything is stretching, top stays on the top, bottom stays at the bottom, and then the two in the middle move out. You just need, instead of having them constrained to the top, would just make that centered, and same thing here, and it should in theory do the same thing. It stays at the center. However, they stay exactly with the same amount of space in between, because that's the way that that this thing works. Besides that, so it's a bit weird. Like dragging like this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty clean. I don't think mine does that. I think if I do this, yes. See, we have an issue here. So, how can we fix this? What we need is everything inside of it to be system. No, I don't play with Excel. I hate it. I think it's just you. Oh, I saw a TikTok about an Excel thingy. I saw a TikTok about a guy talking about website where you can speak in English and it will give you the formula to put in your Excel spreadsheets. Oh, if I could find that, it would be amazing, because that's a neat thing. Oh, but can I do that? Doc just said you can't access this person content because it's yours. Yes, yes indeed. Yes indeed. You please access my liked stuff. Let's see, can I find it? I can't show you. As always, same issues as last time. Oh, there is also this one. This one is amazing. I wish there was a search on your liked stuff. That music is good. That's good. But I guess for you, system, that wouldn't be useful because, how can I say that? if you know how to write Excel formulas, then it makes no sense to have like something that write it in English to then transform it into Excel formulas. However, so for someone like me who doesn't know shit, that makes a lot of sense. Let me check. No, okay. Sad. I think I need to do that on my phone. Did I keep it though? I don't think I did. Get out. That's annoying. I don't understand how TikTok is not like giving me so much ease to find shit that I've just seen. Sense. Makes no sense. I don't know what that is. But going back to Bob code, right here, if I wanted to have the same functionalities, basically, I would just need to have either that fill container, and so that means that now if I'm resizing vertically, we have the flexibility here. If I'm resizing horizontally, I have the flexibility as well. However, as you can see that the pose right here are getting further away from the cats. So maybe this one is fixed and it should stay in the center, right? So in order to have that centered, I just play that in the center and we should be good. We have the same effect as the one that you did. It's a bit more flexible, however, meaning that we can have things on top of each other, which is not good. And interesting. And yeah, that's basically it. What else? What was I about to say? I was about to say something and I forgot. Oh yeah, that. So I wanted to create another version specifically with these ones. So let's add one more and make sure that these 4 right here still minus 30, which still sounds weird to me because minus 34 is better, but it's fine. Minus 32, sorry. You know what? Let's do that. It's 32 for everything, and then let's unsplash that. Is that the same? No, that's another one. Okay, good. The thing that I wanted to do on this one was the creation. Interesting. Did you get the regular red button player thingy, or was it just a me thing? Because, as always, right, the Twitch is still telling me that I'm unstable, even though I've been a stable bitrate. That's just an OBS thing rather than anything else, which is weird, which is very weird. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, this popcake. These, you've made something that I don't really like, but that make kind of sense. System, it worked. I mean, it crashed on your side as well, like right now. That's the case. That's interesting. Stony, merci beaucoup. Thanks a lot. Right? Turning me to a French person for a second. Thank you for lurking. It is a very appreciated thing for you to come here. So you had to reload right after the ads. That's good. That is good. So croissant, yes, a lot of croissant. I mean, we could turn ourselves into croissant, but that's not exactly what the thing is, right? Makes no sense. And Oli, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the lurk. It's highly appreciated. I'm looking at the closed caption, and I think it is a bit struggling with the French accent, but it seems to be pretty good. It seems to be pretty good overall. But yes, Stony, how are you? How was your how is it called? Oh yes, it's the same in French. How was your weekend? Thank a lot for ordaining the Frenchman. The Frenchman is unappreciated. There is no one for not putting the French mode on. No, sadly, we need to live through the French mode for 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Even me, it pains me. It pains me. I hate it. I hate to speak in French with a French accent. I don't know what to say with a French accent. Yes. Shadows version. That's the one that I wanted to do. So, what I was saying is you have your frames and then you added the image inside of the frame. Crashed again. Interesting. Interesting. Because I know that I have it break from time to time. That was a weird ass thing. I think it's my stream because it happens a lot on the stream that I have that are 2:1 aspect ratio. For some reason, I think Twitch doesn't like the 2:1 aspect ratio for the transcoding thing. And so Nutty has a 2:1 as well, and I have this stream crashing often-ish. And you're not the first one to say that the stream crash. That's the only cause that I've seen. But maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm good.
Brandon Gritch raided my stream with 27 viewers.
We love that copy paste. Brendan, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I was thinking about raiding you right after, but then I remember it's about to be one for you. So you need to eat, you need to work, all that shit. Appreciate it. Yeah, I understand. But welcome on in, everyone. Thanks a lot for the raid. Again, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design questions, feel free to ask. We are just chatting, trying to help on a kitty website at the moment. But yeah, Brendan, I hope you're good. If you need to eat, if you need to work, yeah. Wait, Dutch, what do you mean? Oh, there is too much people in that chat for me. I'm a small streamer. But yeah, Texas or Haas, how are you? How have you been? Called McLovin. And I know, we've been asking for Min and Max. It will happen at some point. It will happen, I hope. Haas is good, that's true. MKT and hi, welcome on in. It's been a minute indeed. And it spells red. Why just fuck? Fuck is fine, but I don't know. Let me see. Did I? I missed. My PP is too small. Yes, we do love the PP emotes for sure.
Kosher Bacon Jam cheered Dex 420, streamer. Can you solve an argument we are having over on Brandon's channel? Ducks. There are ducks at the park. They are free for the taking, right? It's like finding a cat and taking it home. Free ducks.
So, it depends. If they are free-range ducks, yes, you can technically take one and it's fine. If they are park-owned, as in the park decided to have ducks or design an infrastructure around the ducks or the park to make sure that the ducks were coming in, then no stealing. And if it's like not in a park and you find a duck and you want to bring it back home, then that's okay. But it probably has a family and all that shit. Please, no stealing. But if you find a cat and it has a collar, you usually don't take it home, right? Usually don't. If it doesn't have a collar, then maybe potentially can keep it. But yeah, think about the ducklings, indeed. I think it's a question of should rather than can, because it's a no. If you take off the collar, then it's an ethic type of thing. Fuck, sorry. I'm absolutely balling through that bitch ass issue that I have with my capture card. It's fine. Yeah, you shouldn't take, but you could, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't. So yeah. I have a weird ass thing with the, I don't know if it's the capture card issue or my Mac issue or the PC issue. It's a refresh rate issue. I think it's on the Mac section, the Mac side rather than the PC side. But still, it's annoying. And from time to time it just go black. I can't do anything about it. It's just black. Oh, and yeah, we need the 120. Otherwise, thank you. That took a long time. Are we good? Yes. Okay. Fine. It's annoying. It's annoying. But nonetheless, Kosher, thanks a lot for the 420. I appreciate it. Not a lot of people are using bits in here, so I appreciate that. You don't have a lot of things that go with bits. As in, like, unplug, replug? Because, I mean, it's not this one. I have this one. This one was okay. It still has some issues, but this one was okay. And also it's a 4K one that can go through 1080, 120, I think. Which the Pro one just has an issue. Oh, you meant that's an OBS issue rather than... Brendan, I know your views on Elgato. Elgato is great. Elgato is useful. Elgato is like Apple. It's just, it fucking works when it works. And then when you have an issue, we need to go to them to have the thing fixed. But yeah, I agree with you. Sometimes software has some weird ass issue. And Hoss, are you talking about Honey? Because Honey has the same issue. Or had the same issues. With his webcam, I think. So, not so good. Oh. Weird. I would expect Jeffrey to have like a clean a clean setup. Something that doesn't break. But yeah, I mean, we all have issues. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah. So as always, as I said earlier, we are doing design stuff. In terms of Figma question, feel free to ask. We do a lot of weird shit. I've created a lot of weird shit. I don't even know if that works here. Like for anyone who knows Figma is a vector-based software. That's the thing I created inside of Figma. And it's an illustration. It's not a picture. It's just lines. So you can do shit with Figma that you are not supposed to do. So if you have any question, I know my shit. It's fine though. So Bobco, I've been trying to tell you that for the past 12 minutes. In your components here, you have your components, and then inside of it you have an element with the kitten. What I would do, I would just take the kitten thingy and apply it to the feel of that that component, and then from here add the radius. That way you can get rid of that layer right now because it's in the component, right? If I get rid of that, it's still, the kitten's still here, but it's inside of said frame, which is basically what you would do. So I think it is, Haas. I think it is. I'm not a car person. I'm not a car person. I think it is. I did another one, and it's by the same photograph, so they may have. Yes, you kind of complicate. It's not this one. It's this one. It's a 4GD. Yes, you were right. You're good. You're good. I don't know if that's exactly the same model, but that's the base picture that I took and recreated. I wanted to take other things because the way that they edit their picture is like extremely hard, and everything is very smooth, and there is like no reflection, and so it's a really, really good canvas for me to recreate inside of Figma, because that gives me very, very clean lines, and I love that. So I don't know, I like it. It's good. It's good. So yeah, so you overcomplicated a bit. It's not right. It works. It's fine. It's just, it's not exactly how the dev would create it. They wouldn't create a div and then put another picture inside of it. They would apply the picture to the div, which, if you think in dev terms, I like how the closed caption is saying Dave instead of dev. Yeah, good. if you think in dev term, that's how they would create it. They would create a div, and then they will just have the thing applied as a style rather than something else. Yeah, McLovin, are you a designer or dev or both or whichever? Something else. So that's just a tiny thing, but it doesn't mean that it needs to happen, right? It's just, it would be way easier for the next thing that I want to do. You're pivoting into research, so more of the UX side, I guess, rather than the rest. I'm doing that quickly because I know shit. I know that I will make mistakes. So, and then the last one. Let's get rid of our rounded ones, and yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense in a way. If you don't like moving pixels, makes sense. It makes sense. So now that I have this, I will make these layers clip, and then if I add the effect, which is basically what you add, right? You added the basic shadow. There is a lot of options that you can have to make these look amazing, but also for the purpose that is here, I think the flat version that I did first was a bit better, but still, that's a very much me thing rather than a real thing. So first of all, I would have my values. Does that work? Yes, that works. For my shadow with a blur that is like very high, and then I will bump that down to like 16, and maybe use the spread. So negative spread and positive spread is a thing that I love to work with, because it makes your shadow less visible, more interesting, less interesting, depends. You decide on what you want to say on that front. And then what I want to do here is use one of your colors. Like
Colored McCloven is now following.
Sort of for the follow. Your colors for your shadows to match basically with like the theme of your website. And so by doing
Texas
that,
Hoss is now following.
Hoss, thanks a lot for the follow as well. You get this harmonized version of the shadows. It reminds you of the thing that you have right above, which is the highlight around that cat, in which case you could also use the same like duplicated shadows and maybe just not have this one, and it kind of works. And so here, if I do the same thing I do with sorry, go with this 30, maybe a 40 here, then a minus 24, minus 24 might make more sense. It's a bit fat though. We said we like it sick, but still. Hoss, have a great rest of your day as well. Thanks a lot for the follow, thanks a lot for the raid. Appreciate you. And you will be welcome anytime. You are welcome anytime. Take care. Take care. So yeah, so getting like a shadow that is more aligned with the rest of the color palette of the website makes more sense than just having like a black regular color palette. I think that's what you tried to try to have with the blurred effect that you added behind this one, which was a good guess, but just it makes for a more unified thing. I said unified too many times. It's better. It is better. And then there is also an option that might be weird, and however this one does require you to not use a totally out frame, which makes no sense, right? And that's the first time I will say in a minute, and no totally out frames happen. So this, oh shit, can I do that? Can I do, that doesn't work. Interesting. But no totally out frame on this one. And then let's get rid of the shadows on these ones. And then what you do is you duplicate everything. Should just have an effect on top of that, which is a layer blur. And that layer blur effect, put it like, I don't know, maybe 24, maybe 16 is okay. And then this. So, they don't really explain what happened. I duplicated everything and then put them under the respective layers and then blurred them in order to get the shadows that are exactly the same as the picture. So you can see that here I have a bit of fur and a bit of blue on the shadow itself. Here I have a lot of purple, but then we have the pose right here that give us a bit of black. Same thing here. Here we have a green and a bit of fur right here. What that creates in terms of visual is you have the impression basically that the picture that is on top is transparent and the light is bleeding through. Like in a church, you have the glass art, I forgot how it's called, thingy, and then the light goes through, and then on the floor it's colorful and it looks amazing. And then here it's the same effect. So you just duplicate the layer and you make it blurred, and then that gives you this really interesting thing right there, which you would need to do the same thing on top. But
Apple Orchard Thief is now following.
Really difficult. Orchard, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Tell me how I should pronounce your name and which one you prefer. If it's Apple Thief, Orchard, Apple Orchard Thief, AOT, Attack on Titan. AOT is one. Apple, good. Well, Colin, we've seen each other before. So yes, this could be a thing. However, that's one of the reasons why I don't like it. It requires a non-auto layout thing in order to be able to stack them and make them work together. As you can also see, the shadow is retracted a tad to make sure that it's smaller than the element. So if I go back to like 100%, it's it's smaller overall. You need no auto layout for this types of shadows. You can have an auto layout, but it's just a bit annoying because you need a minus 130 on that specific thing, which makes no sense overall. So I wouldn't recommend an auto layout thingy right here. That makes absolutely no sense, and you can't have it work with the responsiveness. If you want to stretch things out, it won't work. So that's the only thing, the only time where I'm like, eh. You could use a group. I said it. You could use a group. So yeah, you could group them, but as always, never use groups. So always command Option J to create a frame, and then when you have your frame done, it should not clip content, otherwise it will be weird. But if you frame them, you should be okay. It's just I don't really know if it's dev wise. I don't really know if it's really a good idea to group them. I don't know how technically they do the colored shadow. I don't know if they duplicate the layer as we do, or if they have something that can use like a picture as a base for a shadow, which would make more sense. But I don't know at that point, so I can't tell you. But yeah, you could group them. It's just naming these things. But going back to this one, everything on that page is very flat. So if you have like shadows on some of your content, I would highly recommend you to also have shadow on, for example, that button, to make sure that it like makes sense. And let's do 16. Make sure that this is clipping, and -8. -16 and -16, and then the color, you can use the red, same thing, and either you keep it at 100%, that really depends on the color and how it matches with the rest of the content. Usually you go to 60 or 40, but 40 here is very subtle, so something like 80 may work better, and that will give you like a bit more depth. You could go with something really weird. Style guide, yeah, I did. You could go with one of these buttons. I'm thinking about them because they're basically the same colors. I don't think they would match though. I don't think they would match. Because it just blends in with the rest of the page. It looks good, but it's not great. Forget about it. But yeah, one of these could have been a thing. Clean button though. It's a clean button. But yeah, a bit of shadow may help, and also if you wanted to, the shadow itself can either, so as I said, take the same color as this one, or just be a bit darker in terms of color while still keeping the tint, giving you like a more blended in overall thing. So yeah, people need to buy kitties. I don't think they should buy, I think they should adopt, but that's another discussion. I feel like my 16 may be a tad bit too much. So on this one, let's go here, right? Can he sleep? Can they sleep? Because Shiba are notoriously loud and annoying and require a lot of maintenance. So yeah, I don't know. And then interesting. Oh, I just had an ID. Which is never a good sign, but we never know. So ID is using this, making that fixed, and then in here, so that's centered, making sure that these are like centered. And then what I'm thinking about is basically creating these. Okay, so I just want to check something. That's my first kitten, and it's pick that one. Let's link them, so that's the right thing. If you create these and you make that center, what I want to have is, can I do that? I can do that. Interesting. We have a -30 in between each thing. What I'm thinking about is adding somehow like double the size, or like a 40-ish, and I want that to happen while hovering. It's just an ID. I just want to check. maybe weird, maybe extremely weird. I just want to make sure that it's an option. Oh yeah, that's a neat thing. That's an interesting thing. So you can basically highlight kitties while you have a specific thing. However, that's a bit weird. The sides are good. Everything that is in the middle is good. However, when you go to the sides, you push the rest of the content. That's interesting. Nonetheless, yeah, that was my idea. I like that. That's a subtle thing. Why not? Why not? Oh, you can do weird ass thing. Sorry. Why not use actual kitties that are available, right? It could work. So also you sent the original thing. Why not automate that? Like, why not have the latest 6 that enters and are still available? Right? Because you are on that website, they are referencing anything that is available, and right, they just arrived, date of birth, so they took a picture and they are available. And so every time there is one that is available, you have a picture. So would they create a listing basically? So by doing that automatically, every time there is a new listing, it just takes this place and then this one goes away. And you just have like the latest 6. Such a weird ass thing that you can do. I like that. Right? I don't know. I mean, look at this. You have, like, you would have one of these, and then 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 this one. These two seems to be the same breed. I don't know. That's yours? These two seems to be sibling as well. Right, so you have picture, they take picture anyways, so I'm thinking, why bother? You have the content, they have the content, they share the content. You can get that. I don't know, but I agree in terms of usability of that landing page. When you arrive here, you don't have like a lot of, I mean, you have a lot of information in terms of text, the text-based thing. Right, there is like a lot of things that are text-based, and I know that in Russian, I mean, even in Russian, it's a lot of text, it's a lot of content, it's a lot of things to read, and I know how people go to things. They usually don't scroll the landing page unless the content is interesting. So this about section would be great to have as an about section rather than not an about section. Also, they have like a weird thing. This is highlighted when this is highlighted. I have like the most, I don't know, thing that happens with that website. It feels like they used all the blocks available on their you want me to press that? Let's see. Let's see. These ones? Or, yeah, that's the... Oh, yeah. Accessible. Very, very accessible. Yeah, well. And they are professionals. Yeah. But yeah, I would simplify that. I have a reference. I think one of my friend did one. I think he did. Ah, neat. Sorry. Always impressed with everything that he does. We worked on the thing when we worked together a long time ago. Oh yeah, that was the thing. So yeah, we worked on a weird ass adoption for animals. It's pretty nice, specifically for dogs. So it was nice, but that's not the thing that I had in mind. Let's see. I said animals, I should have said pet. Let me check some of the reference that we have. They are all the same. Is that the same person? No. You see that pattern right here? This blobs to use as the picture because it's organic. People like that. I don't know why. It don't match with pets for me. I mean, kind of does, but not exactly. Yeah, they are very similar. They are all very similar. I do agree with that, which we worked on cane things on Friday. Friday? Yes. I do agree with the option to have a search at the top that would be way more impactful in terms of people would actually have the call to action directly. So when you think about this, for example, like find your best friend, you could get like a location, the pet breeds and all that type of thing that is related to the kitty, and then they don't have more things, but I'm thinking that as an overall landing page here would help a lot rather than the button at the bottom, because if your goal on that website is to buy a kitten, buy kittens, me as the website owner, I want the people to go on the website and then buy something, like either look for something specific and or browse available, right? So I would have something like this at the top, and then maybe a thing right here that tells you, or scroll down to see what we have, who is available. I don't know, that sounds so weird, but I think you get the idea. Getting the search, like simplifying this, would help me a lot in terms of how to use that website. So it's true. That's true. Sorry, I saw the time. Let's see. Let's say that's what we want to do. So this one right now, I want to disable yeah, but let's try something. Let's try something. So I got rid of the auto layout thingy just because I kind of want to see if I can use that. Let's make this. Sorry, let's make this the same height. Oh yeah, well, we can't do that. Let's say this goes away, and then here we do the thing that I said earlier. You get that here, make it fat, and then I like outfit lately, so I will go with outfit in black because I like impactful things. And then we get 64 here. Let's do to 64 as well on this side. Right, that's what I did. Yes. So we could have a kitty. I don't know. I like that overall thing right here. And then they have like this search thingy that goes through. I would potentially place it here. You could have a bit of an underline text right here. This is too much text, but right, if you can get rid of some of it, make sure that it's British. Right. Maybe that's the translation thingy. I would limit my amount of, or the amount of text that I have here, to like 2 lines, potentially. Somehow, something like this. And then the thing that is here, probably will go with something like this. And am I going this way? It could work. It could work. So if we do 80 background blur, maybe 80 is too much. So some of the research things that you could have is, are, would be, potentially. Sorry. So things. That's 14. 22. As good as I expected it to be. It's fine though. Yeah, that makes no sense. Right here, but yeah, don't worry about that. What I was about to say is, if you have something here that could be like, let's say you have locations. I don't think you do, as you said, I don't think you do, but let's say you have a location thingy, and so we use inter right here because we can, in a medium thingy with 16, potentially, because it's a title. You know what? Could be bold. Could be bold. And then we use that. Music is interesting. Let's go down to 12 for this one. Let's go up to 18 on that one. So you have location search, basically. And so this 12, 16, this 18, 24. So I said that on Friday as well. I take the next up of the closest value of the 8-point grid. So 18 font, 18 point font. The up is have a good movie. Sony, take care of yourself. What's the movie tonight? It's just the next up. So 18 is closest to 16, and so 16 up by 8 is 24. So I use 24 in line height. Doctor Strange 2. It's okay. I've been disappointed by it, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'd say it's okay for Disney. This Disney movie is okay. I don't mind it. I do mind it. Astrocat. Welcome on in. Yeah, no, I know. I don't think it's 2 million, but maybe. Have a good movie. Have a good movie. What the fuck was I about to do? I can't really use that, but that's fine. Right. But if you have multiple locations, yes, you can. You can use the fox if you want to. Have a good look. Have a good look. So I would potentially do that. add that in here, make that, to layout it that way, and then a bit wider, 160 makes sense. And so the reason why I'm thinking about this is, let's say you have not location, indeed, but right, they have location, pet, breed. Some of the thing that I was thinking about is what is called robe here. So basically the color, and so you are looking for a white kitty, and maybe you are looking for age, and so you have a range in this that is from, I don't know, from 2 weeks old to 6 weeks old, maybe. No sense, but
Coderin is now following.
Coderin, thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. Shit, that was almost good. Right, so you could have like some variations in the search section right here, just to get the, say that, yeah, just to have that option of search when you arrive on the website. And then I have a bit of an issue with that one in terms of readability. I don't know. I don't know. Feels like a thing that could happen. You could also have like a full ass kitty right there, like full screen kitty. That's not the right kitty to have as a background, for sure. But that could work. You could have this whole thing right there at the center, and then let's find a kitty. Let's find an appropriate, I mean, you should technically get a kitty that is more aligned with the breed that they want, right? Rather than something else like this one, but sorry, weird ass thing on the wall. Right, so you have this potentially. Let's say you want to have like a warmer temperature color to make sure that it matches with the rest. So you just bump the temperature a bit. That's just warmized everything. But you get like the search, and then under that, rather than getting these things, you could get the let me just get rid of that auto layout frame right here. You could get some of the informations that you have on their website, right here, about kitties with some of the pictures that they have. right? That could work. That's too fucking tempered. I'm more of a cold person than white ass red, but still can do that. I don't know, it feels like a more useful thing when you arrive on the website for the first time. You're like, you find your best friend, we explain what we do, you have a bit of a search. It's an easy search, right? You just look for something, and then if you scroll, maybe you have like available, I hate that, maybe you have just available kitties. Right now what I want to do is a bright ass white thing right here with a basic linear gradient, and then on top of that I also want an inner shadow, which would be white with a blur of 2. What I'm creating is a bit of a reflection, like a bit of a highlight. It's a subtle thing. It makes it a bit bumped. I don't exactly know how to say that. It's just bumped. And you should have the same thing on the button, to be honest. Sense. So my best recommendation for you, if you want to learn effects and how to do them properly, is to recreate something that you've seen. And so similarly to what I said earlier, right, if you like, these are the things that I did in Figma. I used to use Sketch before. These are the things that I used to create in Sketch. And so the main thing is based, I mean, we don't do it anymore, but we had a bit of assignments I used to do on Tuesday, which was called Assignment Tuesdays. And so here, for example, the left side is the original from Damien, if I remember correctly, which is a 3D thing. And then on the right, this is the recreation of the same thing right inside of Figma. And so these exercises that we used to do on the weekly basis give you like a lot of information on how to recreate these things. So you can, if you want to, you can go back in the Assignment Tuesday Discord channels, find one that matches with you, like something that is pretty simple. This one is extremely simple. I mean, in my views, everything is simple, but this one is very simple. And just recreate that. If you find something that is more interesting than something else, right, because of the complexity of it, you can achieve really the same results, right? Everything that you can see here is like, this is the original and this is the Figma version. You can see that some of the details are different, but most of it is very similar. And so all of that is, oh shit, that's sad. As a big example, Vincent has created this inside of Figma, and that's pretty clean. I don't know if I would have the patience to create glass stuff in Figma. I tried multiple times, and every time I'm like, that's too much work. So this is really cool, and it's a Figma based. So you can just go into like some simple ones, like the Apple Pencil that we did. Simple things, and that gives you a lot of usage of the effects and the texture, and what I'm doing right here, for example, is the same thing. And so once you understood how these things work, you can really easily recreate something that just has a lot more like interesting behavior. Like, let's say we wanted to have it to be very bumpy and 3D, you can do that. It's a very simple thing. We could get rid of the highlight at the top here and just duplicate this one and make it 2 with an opacity of 20 or 40, and then duplicate it again and make that 1, and then we could add it again if we wanted to. You can see how I can just stack effects as I can stack colors if I wanted to get in the end the same or very similar feel to a 3D button. I don't like it, but it's a very simple thing to do. One of the exercise that you can have to understand like shadows is to check the skeuomorphism. Oh no, you can achieve that in like 3 minutes. Once you understood how it works, you will it will take no time. So I will paste the link in chat when I find the thing that I'm looking for, but I know it's somewhere. I shared it somewhere in the Discord. I know where. I forgot where it is. We talked about it. This one. This one, which is pretty cool, pretty simple. That's my own chat, dumbass. Sorry. They give you exactly what you need. They tell you have your background color that is this, and then you have a drop shadow, and then your shadow number 1 is these values, and then your shadow number 2 are these values, and you're done. And so once you understood how things work and why sometimes it looks different than other times, right? You can get things that look 3D in no time. So if we go back here, when you are on a dark background, that's the best option. Let's say I wanted to have a bit of a divot or dimple type of thing. Let's say the light is coming straight up. So I'm changing that to match with the color of the background that we have here. You add an effect. And so if it's a flat element, right? That gives you the elevation. However, let's say it's not a flat element, let's say it's an inner thing. So now it's concave. But right now it just looks like a hole. So what you need to have is a bit of an highlight here if it's concave. So what you do, you just click next to your effect. You Control D to duplicate it. You take whichever needs to be on top is the lightest one. So here you take this one. Instead of 28, you make that minus 28. It goes to the other side, and instead of black, you make that white. And now you figure out that white as 25% is way too bright, so you just make that, I don't know, 8%. And you have a divot. And then now you need it to be on the other side. You take this one to minus 28. And that music is so weird. And you take this one to 28. And maybe because it's highlighted, it can be a bit brighter. And then now they are very sharp, so maybe you can just add a bit of a layer blur to both to have like this more morphed with the current background. So this one seems to be a bit bumped. So if I want to have that more bumped, I just add a drop shadow. Welcome back, Eden. What is the fuck is that music? So weird. How did you get that? And so you get one that is bumped, one that is not bumped, and light is coming straight from the top. Let's say we wanted to have that on the side. You just need to place your X values on the side with the opposite, right? So the top section was at minus 16, the bottom section needs to be at minus 16 to be at 45 degrees. And same thing here, let's say we want that to happen. So 16 here, minus 16 here, meaning that that drop shadow here needs to be at minus, plus, you can do plus 12 on this one. And now it's coming from the side, but it's 3D as well. It's very subtle. And so right now, right, they are very much sharp shadows, but you can always blur them more to make sure that it's more overall. Rounded, less rounded. And so from further away you have this 3D effect, and that's just using black and white. However, here I use white for the top for the light, which I should use like a bit of a yellowish thing because of the theme of that website, but at the bottom I use like a dark red for the inner shadow to make it a bit more 3D-ish. But that's easy. So as I said, as soon as you have this, it's like basically the easiest thing. It's neuromorphism. That's why I couldn't find it directly. But there is it's right there. There's another one with the same thing, same help with the block like this one. This one is one that I've done multiple times. They are very easy to just understand and recreate, at least for me. Like, that's the same behavior, right? You just flatten or not flatten the thing, and they give you all the information. So you can see how you can create these things, for example, with different effects, with different outcomes. I mean, practice that if you want to have these types of effect on your design. I don't think most new websites want that. Like, this is cool, but it's like your dev will hate you for sure. 100%. But it's cool. If you want to have this as a button, you can. No one tells you no. We don't recommend it though. So I would say try to learn things that would be useful. Because this is basically a trend, and right, we don't create websites like this. Like, this website wouldn't go neuromorphism overnight. Not something that they will do, or at least not in my views. They could. It would be weird, but they could. But I don't think so. And I don't know. Effects are useful in most places. However, they are useful after a certain amount of time that you've practiced your basics. So, reminder, basics, laws of UX, and layouts. Laws of UX will help you with everything. And did I create the button? I did not. I'm a dumbass. Let me. That thing. That's the thing that you need to learn. That I share every time. Best website for any new designer, or not new designer, by the way, anyone that has a bit of an issue with layout and composition. Read this. There is not a lot of content. You can click on things, and you don't have like many stuff, and then you have in-depth reading if you want to. But the book is also great. Yes, I agree. Thanks a lot for looking. Yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, read these, understand them. You can just read the front page. You have the name of the law, what it is. You don't care about the name of the law, you just care about what it is. And if you understand like the presentation, that's good. And once you have this that is understood, just practice layouts, and then you can go into effects. But in the beginning, if you are doing website or app design, all that, practice on that domain, and then you can go into weird ass shit as glassmorphism, neomorphism, the thing that we have here, right? The retromorphism that we did ourselves. You can create these things, right? That's it's a clickable button, right? That I did. It's very simple. It works. It has a bit of an highlight here. It presses down. And it goes back up, and that's just Figma stuff. It's very simple to do. I don't know. I like it. But that's after. That's like you don't start with the car. You start with a simple style guide, and then you go into something a bit different, and then you find like a style that you think is interesting to you. So you just create something that is accessible. And right, this button is very very simple, but at the same time weird. I don't really know how I called it. I forgot. It's made of a lot of layers at this point. Fuck, it was a long time ago. It should be around here. It is. So I have made multiple options for these. I have made one, which is this one, which, if I remember correctly, is mainly with effects, but the one with effects doesn't really look good. However, the one with all the layers has the transition and the informations to do all the things that we need to have. So I think if I do that, that's the default. That. I don't know. Did I change something? I did. I changed something. Interesting. Made it cleaner. Got rid of the annoying thing that I had in the first place. It's fine though. It's better now. But yeah, it's just a lot of layers that appears and disappear depending on your states. Should have been changed. So mate, right? Oh no, that's half flex. True. Oh. Also, because I changed the computer, I lost a lot of fonts. So, yeah. Nonetheless, going back here, that's too much shadows at the top, so I will just get rid of these. Inner shadow thingy, we don't need it, and that thing may be better. A bit whiter for some reason, just for the readability of these. And that dark is way too dark for me, at least. But it is say that it's a red based black, but it's too dark. But chocolate thing. Based on the logo color? Yeah, you based it on this one, yeah. Really? Yeah. It's way darker though. It goes there. That's way too desaturated. That's better. That's a 3. Yes. Maybe I said that at some point. So, you shouldn't use pure black ever. Pure black is for demonstration only. The reason behind this is if you have an element on top of pure black, you can see how the shadow just fucking disappears. It's visible because it's a colored shadow. However, if it was a black base shadow, you don't have any elevation. However, as soon as you go for non-pure black, you can see the elevation pops in. And so as soon as you go with something a bit lighter, you get the thing that you need, which is elevation. So that's one of the reasons. And then pure black is also not hard on the eye, but a bit hard on the eye in the long run. It's like pure white. If you have a website that is pure white, after a bit of time, you get a bit of an issue. It's just white. Right now you have more stuff on the screen, so that's fine. But yeah, it's for accessibility, but also it's a bit complicated to people say it's for accessibility because of the contrast ratio between anything and black. However, the contrast ratio is better with anything in black. So it is accessible. It's just do you have a hard time with Instagram? Because Instagram is black and white. There's no color on their app. There are blue buttons here and there and blue links, but most of the things are black and white. So yeah, but I mean I get it. I'm thinking right now. The search button in the Amazon. I don't use it enough to know. I mean the search at the top, right there. Maybe it's a UK thing. Okay. I don't use the Prime Now shop. Never used it. So I don't know. Can't say anything on that. Do they give you a name? I don't think they give you a name. They give you a name. Yeah, they do. Some have names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 price. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, because it's a breeding thing, right? Need to keep the family names similarly and all that. Yeah. Remember that. That's a lot of shit right there, but it's fine. That's 6 values. I trust the cat lady for sure. For sure. So what do we have? Yeah, let's lazy me do that. So we have breed, gender, for some reason, color. See, and all that color, all that, even though what the fuck was I about to say? Even though it's a lot of data, these things can be used in the search at the top, right? Maybe you are looking for a male kitten with a specific color, born in the last 3 weeks, and so that's maybe location is not the thing that we want. We want like gender. Right here we have gender, and then we have female. Right here, and the age, and then color, and then technically speaking, because of how they have these organized, you would have gender, color, date of birth, so age will go at the last section, and then here that's the address. Basically, I don't trust it as the address, but basically as the address, and then you need a button for the price, right? That's the thing. Yeah. So that's a lot of fucking data for sure, but if you have the ability to just do that, that. So we have 16, meaning that our outer shell needs to be how? How is that not an option? Yeah. And then that can have like a bit of a shadow as well. $7-kilometer walk. Good luck. Yes, please send some screenshot. Appreciate you lurking and learning. Enjoy the walk. Take care of yourself. All that. Do you check the size of that news window? What do you mean, this one? Not exactly. I mean, it depends. Technically speaking, it will match with the 8-point grid if you have everything set in the 8-point grid anyways. So, like right now it's at 318, which shouldn't. It should be 320. But the reason for this is the fact that my sizes right here are absolutely fucked. This should be like 32 in terms of line height, and this one should be somehow 48 instead of something else. And so when you have this with a very similar base, make that fill, maybe you make that 240 right here. You make sure that your entire thing has, I don't know, 16 in between maybe, and then that this one is using like 24. That makes sense. In the end, this is 312, which is exactly the 8-point grid. However, in terms of width, I don't give a shit. I will give a shit about the amount that I can show on the screen. So let's say you needed to have 3 of them, then I would need to change something about that. However, let's say I don't give a shit and I just want to have 2 of them, and then I have a grid of 2 by 2. I can resize both of them at the same time to make sure that they are like taking 50% of my values, and then just make sure that instead of 20 I have like 24 in between, and that should be good. I line these two, so that's 2, 2. And so now what I can do is this. I mean, I should create a component out of this for sure, but right now we don't give a shit. Let's do that. Let's make sure that these two are also filling container, maybe. And that's an option. I would, however, because I don't want to have red buttons everywhere, I would create like a new type of buttons on that case. That would be somehow white salmon type thingy, and then you have twice or by now or whatever in here, just to be less noisy in our thing.
The view from Mars is now following.
You from Mars. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. What the fuck was I about to? Yeah, that. Sorry, that's the component thingy. And so now, if I do that, right, put them 24, get all of that in the right positions. Maybe that can also fill container, in which case then we can this, and then on these ones I also want that to fill container. However, I've seen something on the other side. We have a bit of an issue because the black, silver, all that isn't that text? Okay. That's a long ass text. And right, this one is blue. Okay, fine. This one is black, silver, Aldecan, black, silver, spotted, because you have 2 of them. But it's a long ass thing, and so you might have on colors from time to time 2 lines of text, which you want to avoid as much as possible. So maybe these, just to make sure, could get a bit more height into them, just to allocate for the potentiality of 2 lines for some things. Doesn't mean that it will happen, but could. And so right here, because I kind of know how I want the thing to work, I want these 2 to be in an auto layout frame in rows and not in columns. I mean, we could have done that in columns as well, but that... You know what? Columns kind of work if I do that. So this is my main component right here. So the reason why I did that is I can do that now. That's the only reason. And specifically, this auto layout thing gives me the ability to have this flexible cards, which is what we wanted to have, right? Making sure that it matches with anyone else, anything else. So right here, first of all, from what I'm seeing, in terms of sizes and useful sizes, a title font at 40 is big, and I don't know, 32 or 24 would kind of work if we stay on the same value base. So let's do 24 for the title, for the name of the kitty, and then here, because we were on 24 before, let's go to like 16 potentially, and so you get like a shrinked. It's not shrinked. I forgot the fucking name. The contracted? I don't fucking know. A small thing, less height, and then the. It did shrink, yes, but it's not the word that I was looking for, sadly. But it works. And then here, I kind of want to have the button to be in a regular size. So somehow, somewhere along the line of 48. So we'll just make sure that this is hugging content, and then go to 48. Just to check, meaning that this should go to probably somehow. I mean, no, we need that. That is 16. That's it's not good. That's not good. So. Not a good idea though, at all. Nana, hi, welcome on in. I'm tired. I was about to say, welcome on in, welcome on in. Instead of, welcome on in, how are you? Ah, the tiredness. How was your day? How was your weekend? So let's do 48 between these 2. That may help. And then do that. Yeah, that kind of works. That's good. Hey, that's good. That won't work. I hate it. Hate it so much. But it makes sense. But I hate it. But it makes sense. I mean, you kind of need to click, right? If I click on this, I mean, I can't click. So I don't have the more photos and videos basically where I want to click and see things. So I appreciate that. We're working on a bit of a kitty website redesign that Bob Kirk did. So the price is an interesting value. It could, you are right in the fact that we could have the price here in a one more thing, and then potentially get this to see more pic and video, like more info, basically. In which case that thing can not a 1, maybe like a 16. Thingy right here. We could have this, that's true, and then that will break me. Yes, that will. Do that, and then we get white at 70%. So let's do no shadows. And then here I kind of want to have things. Things. So I want that at the bottom, and I want that to be with that color right here, and then here probably a tad bigger, probably here. I want that to be okay, that's much better. And I want both of these to have a layer blur at, I don't know, 800 maybe? That one needs to be much higher. Let's duplicate these now. Get rid of the layer blur, and then these to just have the rim type of thing. That's not useful, it's just that way you get a bit of an interesting behind thingy. background and stuff. So this is just not a request. It is a request. It's a request from Bob Kirk, in a way, of insight for reviews, all that. Fuck, it can't fucking speak. You want me to review something? Yes, if you have something for me to review, yes, feel free to send a link somewhere. Then chat on Discord or wherever. I don't know, I just wanted to have a bit of a blushy thing. Oh shit. Give me context. Give me a bit of context. That's no good. Right? That's to make sure that the person that comes in that's neat. So this is neat. I like that. However, I'm unsure about the accessibility of the blue. It feels a tad bit too bright. I love these. This one is really cool. Oh, that's nice. So, don't die, please. First thing first, the buttons here needs to be more on one line rather than so. I don't. It's a bit. It's not responsive. It's a bit complicated here for me to like not have padding on both sides. So if you get, I think it's inside of your elements, you have a lot of top and bottom paddings, I feel like. But yeah, make sure that it's you know what, do that. Let's do a new page. Uh, 1920, right? That's the size that I had. Import that. What do you mean, hold on? You can import like a base thing right inside of Figma. Sometimes it has some issues, like here, for example, and the reason that you have some issues is because of the placement and shit. But it's a great base overall. Let's give me the ability to do that. So what I was saying is here you don't have enough space on the sides, first of all, and then I would say it would be much more interesting to get like a one line menu. So in order to do that, you may need to resize your logo in the middle a tad, not Not the greatest option, first of all, but it might really help. If I do that, I want that to be centered. Thing. Make it smaller a bit, and then these two go black. Still have it black right there, right? My main goal right here is main goal right here was to have an almost even padding thingy, and so as always my technique to make sure that I have like an even padding is you create a square, you place at the top section, whichever side you want, and then you make sure that basically this and this are aligned. So if at the end we add like this here, you can see that it should have been a bit smaller. It's fine though, but it should have been a tad bit smaller. So on both sides right now we had 31. I could go to 32 first of all, and then top and bottom I could go to 16 to make sure that it's almost even, and that makes like a bit of a square here, and that's okay. It's not the best thing, but it works. So if you have this, place that here. How did you do that? Basically. But that might be too small for the thing that you want to do, and right. So for the header, I would do something like this first of all, making sure as well that the active one is maybe bolder. I don't know, just to have a bit of flexibility, making sure that they are on one line. That makes more sense to me. Right now they are at 17 in font size. I would go to 16. All of them should be active. That sounds weird, but okay. Why though? And then more space in between everything. 24 makes more sense. They shouldn't be active. I mean, the one that is the content that you see is the one that is active, right? So these two don't seem to change anything underneath. This one changes, so that makes sense. And then that's a bit weird. It's another types of design compared to the previous thing. That's too much. But the one that you click on should stay pink, because it's the active one. But you have a lot of pages though, so you could make it smaller. You could make sections. Yeah. Could make them smaller a bit. How do you do that? Oh yeah, I did that. Basically. That might be too small. But we're at 69 in height, which is good. Not 4, right? The scale 1 to 10, if I'm looking at this, I think it's 69 is always good. I'm looking at this on a scale of 1 to 10. I think it's a solid 5 because you have good blocks. You have not so good alignment and placement, but I think it's a solid 5. You also have like a lot of weird ass animation just because you could create animations, and so you wanted to try that, which makes sense. But you have consistencies in terms of like this section, you have the same like type of title, you have the same divider, which this blue line in the middle is a bit too much. I would have this on the left side as well, just to match with the rest, but I understand because the text is way longer, it's a bit more complicated. And then on the other pages, right, I'm still, when I'm looking at it, I'm still thinking, well, these things should just be on one page. So maybe the layouts that you have right here should be just one page, and the buttons that are here, I think you should have the same animation on everything, right? This kind of makes sense, but also it's hard. It's a very hard transition for a thing that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, as I said, you have good blocks, but you have wrong thing. Like here, it's aligned in the center. Here, it's on the left. Here, it's on the left. So the first one should be aligned left. However, this title is way longer than this one, or this one. But even then, this one is basically the same thing. That's shorter, but you would be on 2 lines and it would be the same. So aligning it to the left would be a bit better. And then same thing here, right? But for some reason, this makes no sense because we have never seen pictures with that layout on top of it until now. That's a bit weird. I would, like, if you wanted to keep the fuck me this effect, right? I would use the same thing. I would use the same effect even though it's square. You can't use it as it is. I mean, you could, but I don't think you would get a job with that. unless it's your first job. But I don't think you could I mean, maybe. I wouldn't recommend it. There is a lot of things that someone who is hiring might say, yeah, I don't trust this person. In which case, that's not beneficial for you. So I was about to say, yes, that's exactly this. That's not true. Where are we? Here. So It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. But let's not derail the conversation yet. So the thing that I would recommend you to do, Grasam, is make sure that everything makes sense in terms of layout. So if you have sections that are similar, if you want to create a bit of dynamism on your landing, right, you could vary the placement but keep like left and right in terms of alignment for your titles. It's not really recommended, but I would have like mainly things on the left that makes a lot of sense. And then avoiding center is always a good idea. Always makes sense. Not the greatest option, but it always helps to have, like, if it's for your resume as a first job, having something that just overall is aligned, that's clean, that's good enough. I would have some, like, you see that this one makes sense because it's 3 with the same sizes. This one makes no sense because you don't have 3 of them with the same sizes. They are all the same width, but not the same height. So that creates this weird, like, visual displacement thingy. Let's see. But yeah, so this one makes sense. The top one doesn't. I would say it could be way more interesting to get everything of that content of each of the page that you created on one single page, and these to be anchors that just scroll through the page to the section. Because when you are on here, you have the Meet Our Team, and then when you click here, you basically have the Meet Our Teams, which is the same block. And then when you click on Meet Our Resident, you have that. Okay, what can we do? Okay, but you have Meet Our Team again, meaning that you can combine all of the blocks that you have into one simple thing. The only thing that is annoying about that is the fact that your website will be basically this. And so, right, let's click a bit better, more scroll. And so what I would say is, if possible, do that in like a click and a half. If you can, and I think you can. Oh shit. If you can, make sure that this is sticky at the top. That way when people are scrolling, they have access to your anchors very easily. If you want to click on things and all that, right, that can work. But that way, right, they say, who are we? They go here, and then they click on resident, and then go to something else, and then, right, then you have the footer at the bottom, all that. But I think having that in a sticky manner would help in order to... the back to top has an utility, but also no. But I like it. So you should give it. It's cute. It's a cute back to top button. I like it. And it has a cute animation as well. I don't know. So color-wise, should close this one. Click. Color-wise, I have doubts. Shit. Multiple times. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing again. So color-wise, you don't pass the accessibility test. So you should be at 3 as a minimum. Oh shit. I need to redo the license thingy on this one. But yeah, the accessibility of it would be a tad bit better, I guess. Even then, like this one, I'm passing now, and then this one not even, so I need to be darker. Fuck me. That's okay. Okay, good. So accessibility test is just making sure that the contrast ratio in between the background and the foreground, the element and the background, are visible enough and understandable enough. So right here, for example, it doesn't match with this because it's a weird thing of Figma. However, if I click on this, which is 333, we have a 12 on accessibility. So they don't teach anyone about accessibility, and you need to learn that on your own. I have a question for you. Are you using... did you dev this entire thing? It's easy to understand. Did you code all of that? I mean, are you coding this? You said duplicating the GitHub and then modifying things here and there. Is that... are you... sorry, I can't articulate anything right now. I'm tired. Answer's not. Okay, so but you did some CSS and HTML editing, right? Maybe JS as well. Okay. So you need to go here and you need to check some of the accessibility features that are supposed to happen. And so in the newest things that we are talking about in CSS, there are some color-based markups that are arriving soon and also are currently like supported, I would say, that you can use, that will give you the ability to easily, without thinking about it, automatically get a color that is accessible, and the browser take care of it, and you don't need to think about anything. You might need to define your swatch, which is usually what we do, but it's a very simple thing. And then the browser will take care of making sure that everything is accessible for anyone. So you don't need to learn about the accessibility side of things if you know how to use the markups that are coming in. And so there is a lot of new markups specifically for accessibility of colors. And so that's why I'm saying it's pretty easy to understand, because once you have this, specifically this one, the color contrast one, it will just check the fucking contrast for you. And if the contrast pass, which is the minimum of 341, it will do the thing right as you designed it. However, if it doesn't, it will choose something else. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So learn about this. Learn about web.dev. Web.dev is great. And way darker than usual for some reason. It's still dark, but it's fine. So if you know markups and if you are playing with markups, try to implement some of these things. As always, this has been updated like on May of this year, so it's very new. There will be new stuff coming in every year for sure, but that's pretty neat. So take a look at this, and that way you can get rid of like the color accessibility check in a way, maybe. I don't know. Usually don't go for drinks, but could. That should be a 2, I guess. No, it should be 1. Okay, it's fine. And also, I'm not. I'm not sure that this is a good idea. Now that I'm looking at it. Specifically because you should have them here. The FAQ, help, and support should potentially be at the bottom. So what I'm thinking about at the moment is getting rid of these right here, making sure that this is like Tolo and I love these design lately. There is a lot of it's a new trend lately. People are doing these types of header, so they are just floating rounded stuff, and I think that's pretty cool. It's pretty clean overall. And then if it was me, which right now it is me, I would do that at 80% and a background blur as well, because just have this tiny effect glass morphism behind this. It's doesn't cost anything. You still keep the accessibility, the readability of content, but it just gives you like that tiny blurred effect. I don't know how to explain it. It's clean. We like it. I haven't read the testimonials, no. riding my bicycle around the forest when I found a litter, a small infant cat. Litter or small infant cat? Be nice. Ashley, Fra, hi, welcome on in, how are you? Oh yeah, me neither. How was your weekend? Francesca, how was your day? You had a lot of stories this week. Yeah, Grassham, where are you based? I forgot. Sweaty? Yeah, that makes sense. It's like 22 right now. I could. I may be able to do that. Damn it. Fuck yourself. I hate headphones for that reason. That's the most annoying thing. That's pretty clean though. That's much better. I can't hear the music anymore. Oh, interesting. You redeemed the Zoom that I didn't even see. So, fuck me, it's fine. Oh yeah, you are from Romania. I forgot that. Fuck, I'm tired. You said that earlier today. It's been a long, hot day indeed. Indeed. It's been fine. It's like 22 here, so we are now fine. And then max was like 28, so we're good. But still, at least I don't have the headphones. That's good. But yeah, that thingy at the top could be interesting. The layout overall could be helpful. And you have a lot of content. That's what I would say. You have a lot of content. And did you design? That's a complicated question. Maybe not. Did you make a design before you edit? No. Yes. Well, fine. Some of the thing that I recommend, right, are templates like the starter kit here. Like this right here give you pages components, which then give you the ability to just have a quick switch of stuff. Like you're here, you're looking for the layout 4, layout 3, or layout 2, so you can swap things out just to make sure that it works, and you can have like a design in no time. But you may benefit from, as always, going to our trusty friends at UI8, which they will just give you interesting things. And in here you can, oh, that's neat. In here you can look for UI kits, not to buy, but to get references. So right now you're looking for a web-based template of something, basically like a landing page. And so what you want to see or find in here is like a rocket swap something. You can't really save them, that's the thing. It's just, for me, the thing that I'm recommending here is just to get in and check the layout. So I'm looking for, this one is what you want to have. You go into the preview, and so in here you will have like this, and so you can see that they have like a picture or illustration and the content on the left, and then the next one is the same one but with the content on the right, and then the next one has the text on the left, and then you have a thing that is centered. So they have a variation of placement which is similar to what you did. Clicked on the wrong thing. Similar to what you did here, however, you have everything that is either center or on the left, so you don't have the variation to the right side, or things like this. So there are stuff that you can do to create a bit of dynamism, life on the page, but it's complicated. Layouts are hard, I agree. So you just get in here, find some inspiration, and then you may see things like, oh, they have a mobile version. How did they manage the left-right thingy on mobile where everything is centered on mobile? Okay, fine. So these things are really interesting, at least for me. I feel like they are a good source of inspiration, specifically because they have done everything in here, and also in, what is it? Fuck me. There is they have a specific section where they have already dev'd stuff, coded templates right there. For example, that's a coded template, meaning that you can have a live preview. And so, right, let's say you like this one and you want to see the details, you can just click on that. You will have the live preview of this thing. Everything works. You can export the code in no issue. Not export the code, like get in the code to see how they did some things, and that can work. It's not available on all of them, but you get the ID and you get the ability to do that. They have like an issue with the rages here. So if there is things that you think looks interesting, you can do that. Find one that is in live preview. So basically, on that thing, you need to go in the coded templates section, which is this one, and then in here you find something that is similar to what you have or what you want. If you get someone that is like very heavy in the amount of content that they have, you may see like something that looks very closely to what you want to create, and then you just duplicate the code or use the code that you have for free as a reference template. Do not duplicate for clients, never. Always duplicate for learning, but pretty useful to get this. And then this is UI 8. If you wanted to go to something a bit different, you can go to Theme Forest, which is good as well. It's more for WordPress, which I don't like, but in here you will have the same thing, and you get access to a lot of different themes, a lot of different things, and they are Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, I don't know, there are a lot of new things that pops in here and there, and maybe you like them, maybe you don't like them, but at least you have access to the live preview every fucking time, because it's WordPress based and it's made to showcase coded stuff, and it's pretty clean, it's pretty nice. Maybe it's just give you some inspiration, and that's all. But that's really useful. Yes. I mean, if you go to, is it on Zico? Might be on Zico. Go to these types of websites. You may find the thing for free. As always, as I always say, anything that is available for a price somewhere on the internet is also available somewhere else for free. I don't recommend not supporting like small creators, but I don't know, if you're really looking for something, you may be able to find it for free somewhere. I don't know. Just saying. But yeah, all these things, very useful. And it will just help you to get like some more insight on the layout that you could use for a specific use case, like the layout here, for example. And the one that I shared earlier, the starter right here, which give us a lot of interesting, I'd say, blocks. Right, they just give you, I mean, just give you is a big word, but they give you the desktop version and the mobile version. That way you know how to basically build them. So you can just get these and get inspired by these, right? Things like this: image on the left, text on the right, text on the left, image on the right. Yes, I don't do code because I'm too dumb to do code. But I do research, I do interviews, I do testing, I do strategy, I do... I have never coded. I mean, I did. I went to school for code. Didn't use it. But that's a good thing. Like, as a designer, you should at least learn how the thing is made and how, like, what you can do easily and not easily. I wouldn't be able to learn to code on stream. Yeah, vanilla, like HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the base. Even JS is not exactly needed. It's better if you know it, but it's not exactly needed. But the basic, like, understanding how you have the structure of a page, how CSS works, how you move things around, or how you need to, like the thing that I did earlier, right? Making sure that you have the ability to go and inspect and look for the thing that you're looking for, maybe make some tiny modification to the page to make sure that you can check and see how things work, right? That's like, if you just want to be a designer, you don't need more than that. However, if you want to be someone who has the ability to design and then code the thing, it's really interesting, and it's basically the type of people who will take my job, the people who have the ability to do both code and design. But yeah, no, you don't. As a web designer and web dev, you don't. As an iOS app developer, yes, you need. But otherwise, you don't. It's too expensive the computer for no reason, unless the thing let's go back to the Apple website. The only thing that I would say is if you have the means and you can buy and you want simplicity and something that kind of works, this is, and you like the Apple ecosystem, this is kind of the best thing that you can buy right now for the price and the value that you get. Hair quotes with a lot of things, but this is good. I was thinking about getting one of these for the stream rather than the big ass one that I got now, specifically because that's like 2K less, 3K less, almost. So if you want to, that's great. However, the XPS 13 Plus, which is the latest one. Commander Jelly, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? This one that just popped in, first of all, looks amazing. Seems to be like a very portable laptop and a very powerful laptop. It popped into my radar because of that option right here, which Aiden might interest you as well. But it is the only one that has a Linux certified laptop, and I don't see a lot of them pop in, so that's really nice. Yeah. Procreate is great. I bought an iPad for Procreate, and then I use the iPad for Netflix. That's what happened. I said I will do some illustration. It will be neat. And then I think I did maybe 25 illustrations, things like this. Use the features, and then no. I take notes though. I do sketches, like these type of sketches. I do that on the iPad from time to time, and that's really useful. But yeah. So the thing that I can like leave you with on what to work with is you need to work with the tools that works for you. So if you are someone who is used to use physical things, use physical things. If you are someone who uses Adobe XD as their tool, use Adobe XD. You need to use the tools that make you the best at the thing that you do. I would be like biased. Melly, hi, welcome on in. Nice lamp earlier. Like, I'm biased with Figma because that's what I use on the daily, but when I was using Sketch, I was biased with Sketch. I was teaching Sketch to other designers, and then I moved to Figma, and now I'm teaching Figma to other designers. And I absolutely lost everything in Sketch. It's crazy. But, right, these, just use the tools that make sense to you and make you work efficiently, or at least in a good way. So yeah, that's the Adobe business. They figured that people are living for free stuff, and so they try to retain you. They are very different, yes. Commander Jelly, they are very different. The comparison is a bit weird. But first of all, Millie, it's the last week of that overlay, and I'm okay. I'm a bit very tired. Looking at the time, it's 4:10. I think I can go for 10 more minutes to make sure that we end at 4:20, and then we will need to find someone to raid. So I need to find someone to raid at 17 so that I can trigger the thing at 18 and 30 seconds, and then we'll raid someone. Blind Fish, welcome on in. How are you? Did you send me a message on Discord earlier today and then delete it? Because I saw your profile picture with the one, and then I clicked on it, and then nothing. Okay. Oh, it's just next week is the new month, meaning the new overlay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You are... I know your face, but looking at things. What the fuck was I about to say? I was about to say something, and... Yes, are Sketch and Figma that different? That's the fucking question. So, if you go into Sketch thingy, for me it's 1040 right now. No, it's 1040, but I've been live for 410, 411 now. I'm in France, yes. So, oh, it's at the bottom, right? Sketch versus Figma, and we Commander Jelly, we looked at this. Yes, Paris. We looked at this before, but features of Sketch, real-time collaboration. This is not true. Sketch real-time collaboration is not exactly real-time, and it only works with certain things. So it's not exactly a tick for me. It's like a halfway. It's okay, but it's not great. Shareable prototype links. That is true. I can't deny that. Both are good. I think Figma is a bit better, but I'm a bit biased. I haven't used Sketch in a long time. Developer handoff. Absolutely right. Both are good. Includes a powerful native Mac app. Yes and no. But yes, I give that to Sketch. Full offline workflow. Yes and no. you can have a full offline workflow on the Figma, but you need to have loaded the file before you lost connection. So you can't like open the file, which makes sense. So it's a 1/3 of the way ticked on this one. User control on who sees your work, it's a tick on both. A strict override control for design system, it's a tick on both. Advanced control management, it's a tick on both. That's a tick on Sketch. Figma is limited to 2 gigs, but that's the thing. They say the complete platform for $9 a month. But Figma, you get the complete platform for $0 per month. So they win. And then no credit card required because it's free. So basically, on the Sketch website, of course, there is basically 3 of them where Sketch takes over. But Figma is a bit better on most of the things. And so they are similar, but they don't do exactly the same thing. The Sketch app will have more powers to use some of the native things like in your computer. However, Sketch is only for Mac, whereas Figma, because it's web-based, it gives you access to Linux, Windows, all that. So yeah. Grassim, have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for being here. And if you have more questions, don't hesitate to ask them in the Discord directly, in the design help or wherever basically you want to share. Oh shit, and you shared a lot of pictures. Damn, that looks cool. Damn, that's neat. Gonna click on that. But yeah, that's the base thing. Then yeah, so Commander Jelly, I hope that kind of answer your question. They are very similar apps, and I agree with that. However, I mean, they are meant to do the same thing. Let's say that. They are really meant to do the same thing, and so yes, they are similar. However, in my view, the ability to have Figma or Adobe XD on any platform is a plus. The Sketch thingy is just available on Mac, which is limiting. I don't give a shit because I have a Mac, but for anyone who doesn't have a Mac and doesn't want to pay like 4K for a fucking computer, that is half, like, right. I do understand that Figma is a better deal overall. And then when they compare XD to Sketch, XD has the Adobe pattern, but it's still like they phrase it in a specific way to showcase like they are in a, I don't know, it's just weird, but it's the Sketch website, so that makes sense to me. It's just they are doing their best to get the people to buy them or go with them most of the time. So yeah, that kind of makes sense. And I was about to say we need to find someone to raid extremely fast. We have Oko, we have Lemonade, have Pot, which is probably about to end, I guess, and Bell is live. Let me check that real quick. Bell is not live. Sting. I didn't find someone. I can get the time. Hassan is live. I won't raid Hassan. It makes no sense. You're welcome. We got a bit of a derail before the end, which not so good, but yeah, at least I could help in the beginning. Fuck, I need to press a button. I need to press a fucking button. We need to find someone in the next. You know what? Let's go to Lemon. Let's go to Lemon. It's the first time. I think she's like yeah. These are learning co-working streamers type of things. So, alright, we're raiding Lemon. We'll see. Lemonade. I don't exactly know how to pronounce their name. She is currently, or they are currently just starting a promo session, so probably not speak while we arrive. Nonetheless, thanks a lot for being here. As always, this is the end of the stream, so if you enjoy your stay, please click the follow button. That would be highly appreciated. If you didn't, don't click the follow button. If you are a sub, this is the raid message for subs. If you are not a sub, this is the raid message for non-subs. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. UTC, and we'll do something else. I don't know yet. And we need to click the button. So yeah, enjoy Lemon. We'll see you next time. Take care. Eat something, drink something, all that. See ya. Bye.